How's it going, everyone? Here we're going to now continue to create this component or this website to match this design as part of our put a practice our technical skills and our communication skills using now React and all of the React capabilities and tool that we can that React allow us to build. So, for example, with Redux in Next.js. So first we're gonna take a look now at the patience as a way to now mimic this behavior as it is. Uh, so let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let me see if now Tailwind actually expose this kind of components here. So for example, like lists, list containers or lists as it is, it's like lists. Then we have lists. Can I access to lists? Something like this. Left align in car. But question, can I access to lists? Hero, zero. This is page section. This is an element. Header, banners, and feedback. Page examples. Applications, for example, here. Stack layout. Page heading, car heading, section heading, data display, like this. List, stack list, something like this. Pretty much this code. This is exactly the code that we want to. That actually will match to our design here. Okay. In fact, that's actually what we want. Okay. So please provide me this as an HTML. Okay. So now it's going to use some of this image for that, which is gray. All right, no problem. You're gonna render all of this components here. That's right. So let's now see. So this is now the component that we're going to build as it is, right? Patient list. So let's do it. Let's do it. So in our code, we're going to now do this. Patient list.tsx. Here, when we say, let me now define here. First, import React here. So import React from React here. Okay, and then let me now define is the function for this component, which is function to render patient list. That's right. Patient list. And in this case, we want is to render this component as it is. All of this, right? So I know you're gonna say it's like, hey, what in the F is all of these things called class? Could you tell me what it is? This is not a valid GSX, which is this markup. Well, anytime you find find all implementations, okay, in this case, find all reference here, and then change it. Can you please find all reference, find all implementations? Change all occurrence. Okay. So change all occurrence. No. That's right, no problem. Change whole occurrence here. There is a class name here. And voila. Image requires this. ending here, and any image here that you might find. It will require that you have now that closing tag for image. For every image that you're gonna find here, it'll need that for this one as well, for this one as well, for this one as well, and yep. Oh no. So now it's complaining about is a particular property. Oh, but this is now things that yeah, but this is now I don't care. This is now Next complain about it. Deal with it, my friend. Deal with it. So now that we're going to render this, let's take a look at the layout below here. Where here is when we're going to now provide is this particular layout that we're looking for. So, but I want you to now add all of these elements like this. Okay. So this will be the navbar. Okay. So we can provide now is the layout at this level, which will be adequate. And by doing so, we can say, hey, here is when you're going. Okay. Inside of our page is when we're going to define finally is this component, which is in our case the patient, no, patient list. It's like we didn't save that. No, we actually not exporting that as is expected. And that is here when we export default as a default model to the patient list. This is also part of the convention that Next is followed from the language itself, this new specification, the EX6 in JavaScript. All right. And now when we import that here, we say, hey, this will be is first. Let me now define here the grid. So we can define something like the div here. We can say something like sidebar, sidebar. This will be the sidebar. In fact, this will be is the main is what is being used. The main HTML content here is this. So you can put here is aside. Exactly. So you can have an article or a site or a footer or a header or an nav. This is now labels that is going to be used to render here. Okay. So, but in our case, we would like is to use now sections for that. In fact, there is no things. You can use sections like this. we can use these sections for that. Exactly. That's a way to give meaning. So we can define here this section here. Okay. But the main entry point will be this, and we will have several sections. 3 sections specifically. The patient list, the main content, or the diagnose and all the things that we're gonna render there, as well as the as well as this, as well as this. So the profile, a patient, the diagnostic history, and the profile, and that kind of thing. Okay. So for each one of those elements, we wanted to display that as a flexbox. So we definitely we use that as flexbox. But here now, let me write what we're gonna have, what we're gonna show here. So patient list. Okay, we're gonna show is the diagnostic history and diagnostic list. Diagnostic history. Okay. No, diagnostic history, and then diagnostic list. All right. And then the profile or patient profile. Okay, so now that we save this, exactly, it shows as is expected. But in our case, we wanted to show now that as a flex, my friend. Which means that we want to show all of them in the same column. So for that, right, I want to say now flex wrap. And we're now showing them properly. Good. So far, so good. So far, so good. Let's go now to match here the layout here as a way to provide the proper margin here. When we say, hey, margin X as it is. Exactly, so margin X as it is. So margin X as 4, and there you got it. So we're gonna show this content as it is. All right. So far, so good. Good. So here we're gonna show is the patient list. Let's get into that. Let's get into this. Here. Exactly. Patient list. Let me actually render that patient list as it is. Okay. That's right. There you got it. Here we're rendering is this patient list. Now let's go to provide a little bit of style here. And that is first, let me actually get this element for that. Now provide me this as an SVG. Okay, much better. Please now get me that element. I was gonna drag and drop that. Well, using this to our components here, the icons as it is. Let me now all right. So now that we get this, it is time to match the design a little bit. So here we're gonna add is some padding here. Okay, so here we're gonna add some padding here to the patients and this one. Okay. That's right. There you got it. And then on the page here, specifically on the patient here, we're going to add is a particular element here, which will be is like this. Where now this element here, okay, where all of this, okay, when this side we're gonna have is this element that will be called is the patient, okay, so h2 as patient, okay, here we're gonna pass is some attributes that match this particular design, and that is with the help of tailwinds to do that. Okay, we're now going to do this on the okay, no, place on the docs, but this is tailwind UI. I don't want tailwind UI. In fact, I want is tailwind CSS. All right, let me take a look at the docs here. Utility first. I want now to focus is on text font or font, right? But particularly to the font size here as a way to now put in here and say, hey, this is the text long, text large, and font medium, you know. I want you to now show this how it look like. All right, so far so good. Patience. I would like to put it a little bit bigger than this. Okay, perhaps large. Patient. Okay. Okay. Or you can put it something a little bit bigger than that, like 2XL, for example, right? because after all this is a subtitle. Makes sense. Patience. And then on the other side of this, we're gonna add now is the mm-hmm. And the other side we're gonna add is this particular component that is called is search. No, it didn't. Okay, we are about to do that. Search icon. Okay, search icon. That's right. So let me take a look now at the paging here and add this search icon. Good. That's right. Here we got it. Patience in this one. Exactly. But now I want you to all of these elements be on the same, so center or items center. Hey, I want you to now be on the same level, be aligned to that. That's great. So you got the patience in here. It is quite interesting because it's adding like too much. Oh, I get it. It's like that for some reason we are telling to these items to be in the center and justified between. Oh no, but I don't want that. I want in fact to be in the start. Exactly. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right, much better on the patience. So that's what we need to talk is to our main to describe to say, hey, flex main edge screen, flex wrap item center, start. Okay, so now we got our patience properly aligned and all of this data that if it wants to match this here, Emilia Williams, that kind of thing, so on and so forth. And if we want to add now this little icon here, okay, and we're gonna do the same protocol. We're gonna create now is a component called, and I think I have that. Exactly, which is called menu icon. Okay, menu icons. We're gonna add that to here, to each one of these individual elements that we want to render here, right? Menu icon, import that. All right, so we got that proper element. Now we need to actually align that. That's actually not that hard. We can say it's a star here. Items is center here. Item center. So since this is this, okay, we need to add is, in fact, it's not here, but is, well, yeah, because in fact we're actually applying is this item center, as it is. And there you get it. Cool, cool. So what we can do is now to create a data structure that allows to do all of these repeated tasks for that. So in this data structure, we're gonna hold image for that. You know, as a way to make our life way much more easier. Because honestly, I don't want to actually call this. Honestly, I don't want to call each one of them. No, none of those images. Okay. So this data structure we're going to create about here is to say this one. Okay. Okay. Fuck you, yeah, bro. mm, mm. So actually what we're doing here is just to copy all of this content, and with the help of ChatGPT help us to form is the proper JSON structure. I don't want to actually generate that. You're gonna be very honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not going to generate. I know how to do that, so no, save me that. Okay. That's the only asset that I'm going to store here. All right. Ba 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 ba. All right. All right. All right. Cool. That's all. Basically, that's all. We just only now need an element here to render all of this. Okay. Okay. And what we're gonna do is now this. Hey, I want you to now evaluate this expression GSX to render now the proper data here. And what we're gonna do is say data.map, okay, or in this case is the patience to be more explicit. So patience.map here, what we're gonna do is this one, okay. And here now this patience map will contain is the patient's data. Okay. Now I want you to render this. I want you to return is this. Okay. So once you're able to do this, to render all of these elements, and now it is time to do this. Say, hey, this is the and we also need to add is a key for this, which is a property that it needs to say key is the ID or is the index. You know. Okay, we're actually printing this index. Okay, and then we're gonna take a look at the patience here. And render that proper data that it needs to, where in our case is this. Patient dot image. And here we're gonna show is the patient dot name. Right below here we're gonna say is patients dot gender, followed by page dot age. All right. And now here we should be able to show all of his data. and all of this. So now the design started to look as expected, which is great. Okay. Yes, it is. Okay. We would like now to this be as it is. All right. So now that we're able to show this data properly, okay, follow my comma here. All right. Okay, cool. So with that, all right. Now let's create this car here, because as you can see is only taking this particular space that we provide to this. But now exactly. But now I want now to make this okay section to take all the available space for that, which means okay on the page we're gonna say, hey, now this class name will be is with 4. Of course you're gonna add all of this, but in our case we want it to be is 1/3 of that. That can be quite convenient or not, it's gonna depend that. But if we do this now, as you can see, it's actually have the proper space as we need to. So what does it mean is that we can now have a give that padding that we need to, which is this one. We can say, hey, you know what, I would like to give a padding of 20 to any inside element there, which is padding 20, right, of this. So when we take a look at this, now all of our elements have a padding, a proper padding of 20. You know, that's great. So far, so good. So far, so good. And we can now give to this a white space. Or we can give that inside of the patient list as a way to say, hey, okay. As a way to now provide is padding to this, we can save margin right of this. So now this is fucking horrible, bro. This is not a very appealing way of how you can now work with this. Anyway, it's Adobe. It works as expected. Another interesting thing to do here is that use grid. Whereas with grid, okay, one of the cool thing of using grid is like this. Is like using grid here, so grid here. Exactly, like grid here. No? Oh my god, it really? You block that? Wow. That's interesting. Grid. Grid template row. That's right. This is now how you can define grids. You can say, hey, let's go to define a grid. Alright. Which I think that'll be much better, honestly. You say, hey, this will be now a grid glow flow, and it will have a gap like this, you know. So when you define this, you will have now a grid row of 4 elements. So you can do something like this. So now we can also get rid of all of this annoying spacing and that kind of thing. So in fact, we can have this as clean as much as possible, because now we're going to have full control is at the pattern level. So if you take a look at this now, you say, yeah, right now it doesn't look as expected, okay? But, by saying template rows, in a particular case, exactly, we say is only one row, okay? And I want you to have at least 3 columns here. Where now in each one of them will provide is a particular gap. It's a particular gap here. But as you can see, it's actually quite what we want, by the way. Exactly quite what we want. We can use just this class name as a way to provide some padding, margin, that kind of thing. But now that we use a grid here, it will give us much more fine control about how all of these elements will get rendered. In this case, it's actually defining as 1, but I don't want that as it is. Okay. Hover focus on other states. That's right. Breakpoints and that kind of thing. So in small devices, let's make this initially a flex. So because here we're not getting evaluating is that. We can say is on extra small point, define this as a flex. And flex grow exactly. But this is what we want to show as it is. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much how we want to display this. In fact, we would like now to add some is gap here. You want to add now some gap here. Gap, exactly. Yeah, but most likely here is on the gap is on X. So now we can inspect this element like this. As you can see, we're actually applying this a proper grid for that, you know, which is awesome. Totally awesome. Okay, and now in each one of those we can add is the proper style for that, which is the proper padding for that. Which is in our case, the thing is B2, its being is B8. Something like this. But I just wanted to provide a sound here. Okay. That's right. So, yep. This is now how can we add this particularly nice little gap, which to me is powerful and awesome. But because we want is to now is this section actually be a little bigger, we can now specify is how those elements would like you to growth, how much space I want you to take those grid, which is in grid exactly colon star as it is. So now we can say is okay. So far so good. Since we define is the number of column, nope, we didn't define the number of column. Is here. Exactly. Since we can define is the number of column as a total available space by saying, hey, you know what? I want you to now here to show is 4, okay? But I want now to this particular component that we're gonna render here take more space. So call space, which is call span 2, you know, whereas the other, ignore that. And that's exactly what we did here. Hey, but however, I want you to make this too take that available space, not one after the another. You know what I mean? Grid calls for exactly. So this is the minimum layer that I want you to grab, but I want to make that specifically to expand that to columns, right? Oh, you can even specify it from that column start. Okay. Okay, column star 1, column star and 3. Okay, exactly. Again, to have much more fine control about for how long you want me to span. And now, when you take a look at this, I want you to do this. Exactly. All right, exactly. But here I don't want to have any gap here. You know what I mean? Okay. You know, I want you to get is this available space for everything. Diagnostic list, but I want you to now show this element here. You know what I mean? But it's also that is capable to take all the available space. Which means I want you to now make this section to take all the available space. Exactly, to take all the available space. All right, so far so good. So yeah, this is it. This is how we're starting with creating is now this component. Let me actually finish up with this as a way to say, well, this component here, I want you to now make it rounded, fully rounded. Please don't inspect this element. In fact, I want you to end that debugging here. On the layout, I want you to now, okay, disable that. So here I want you to now show this round full and background white. Okay. Kind of not what I expected, to be honest. Mm. Rounded. Okay. Let me put it here like 2XL. Rounded like this. Much better. There you got it. Okay. Now it slowly looks like the design here. So we got our patient here. Okay, so we got our patient here, which is great. Let me actually commit that, which is patient. That's one of the things that I love from Redux, especially on Tailwind, is that allow you to now find much more control about which CSS classes you're gonna append to each one of them, which is awesome. So this is patient list. So add patient list. And particularly how we render, Jessica Taylor, that's what it is. Exactly. I just wanted to now highlight this particular element here. So the way I can highlight that is by really going to the code here. Set to true if name otherwise to false. God damn. God damn it. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. Okay. Oh, it's not on the image, bro. Sorry, my bad. My bad. My bad. Oh no, it isn't coming. That was unexpected. All right, here we are. Welcome back. We come back from the back. Okay. Whew, that was quite interesting, bro. Okay, so the idea is to put this thing is here. Is to put this class here. As it is. So if you detect one of them, oh, we need to pass this to proper patient, which is image. There you got it. Now it's loading it properly. Okay. And here we are. So now that we did this, the only thing we want to add is this one, which is, hey, if we, for some reason, okay, if this class for any reason is patient.isActive for any reason, so if this is true, well, I want you to return is this one. Plus this. Okay. But now with the background, okay, we want to get the entire element. Okay. Okay, no problem. No problem. this, right? All right. So on this page here, we don't want to pass this any section content here that modify this. In fact, we want us to do that is at patient list level, which is here. By saying now that by saying now padding but it's at this level. Because what happened here is that on the page level we're providing some sort of this, and we don't want to do this here. We want us to now do that is at the component level. So for example, at this at the component level. Exactly, at the component level. Exactly. At the component level, as it is. It has to be at the component level. Alright, so far so good. exactly, but at the component level, bro. Completely. And that makes a lot of sense. Alright, but at the component level. Alright, so far so good. We actually matched the design for this, which to me is quite interesting, and it was quite learning as well. Okay, so that's it for the add patient, right? Add patient list. Oh, there's an unsaved file? Really? Page test. Exactly. So now the browser know what to do here, right? Which is actually quite interesting. Very, 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 very interesting, by the way. Very, very, very interesting. It's actually very, very interesting here. Okay, next one, right? All right, next one. So after we set up this thing here, yeah, I don't want to deal with this. Okay. All right. This was now the Navbar implementing icon 3G icon painful. Okay. This was now to say is all right. Diagnosis history. Okay. In diagnostic history list. And then diagnostic history. This is only just to define is the layout. Exactly. Layout definition. Okay, now it is time to actually take a look at what we care about, which this is patient list. Exactly. Patient list. Okay, patient list and layout definition. Okay, now diagnostic history. Move on. Next one, which is with this diagnostic history, kind of the same here what we have on in our data here, which is quite the same for this. kind of the same. Whereas here we're gonna say is a diagnosis history. That actually is quite annoying. Diagnosis history. Okay. Create a component. Diagnosis history. That's right. DSX. Is this like a patient list component? Somewhat similar, not the same, not at all. Okay. And here we're gonna show is now is the diagnosis history. All right, no search icons. In fact, we wanted to show this now as a proper element in the send. Yeah, there we want to show there like this, and that alignment. Okay, diagnosis history, and we want us to now show is this component, blood pressure, that kind of thing. So they recommend you to go with chart. Okay, actually using chart tool, like the line as it is. That's right, line chart. Yep, pretty much like this. Exactly. You can use this line chart for that. Okay, line options and data. Which chart we are using. Okay, for this one, and they're using this version 5. Okay, so far so good, no problem. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let me now install those dependency here. Okay, I want to see which dependency you are going to install here. Which version of dependency you're going to install. 5 and chart 4.4. That's right. Okay, so far so good. That's awesome. So here's where it's going to show now the relevant data from that. This is the data sets. Okay. In fact, this is our line chart. Line chart data. That's right. So because we're gonna use this line chart, what it need is this. We're using faker here. Oh, we're also using faker here. Oh, as a way to generate those, with fake data. Okay, that's right. Okay, fake data. So, all right. Let me now define our component here called diagnostic history, which is this. Okay. But in this case, it'll be like so. And in fact, we're gonna return is something similar to this, but let's get rid of the data here. Okay, and what we're gonna return is something called, in this case, and inside of it, we're gonna pass this a line for this. We're going to return is this like diagnosis history component. Okay, so way to show them here. And we're gonna return is this. And of course, it say, hey, you should have only one root element. Please don't break it. There might be some elements that I need you to render, for example, like faker data type. So way to generate is two data set for that. We already have that Char.js installed. We don't have faker. We can install this faker. Here, let's go to install this particular version of that. Of faker. Okay, npm install this. npm install this particular version of faker. Like it is as a def dependency. Okay. And also it is typed. Okay. But install that as a def dependency here. Be my guest. All right. And now what we want us to show is as it is. It is time to run this command. Show this as expected. Reload this. And now it is time for us to show is the diagnostic history here as it is. So we can say, hey, show the diagnostic history here. Component. The diagnosis history component. Right? There you got it. So we need to indicate that this component is only to be used in client. You know, it's like use client, because now we have to tell to Next which environment we are currently running this component. Is like, hey, okay, he will know what to do. And there you got it. So far so good. Actually pretty much like this. Okay. It's mimicking that data, which is kind of good. And now that we take a look at which is the data that we're gonna get from, which is here. which is the data that we're gonna get from diagnosis history, systolic here, heart rate, exactly. And lab results, exactly. Diagnosis history, blood pressure, heart rate, respiratory rate, temperature, exactly. And for that, we now would like to show this as a car, where we're gonna show is the blood pressure, last 6 months, systolic and diastolic. Okay, same systolic and diastolic. Which is the data that we're gonna show: blood pressure, systolic, diastolic, heart rate, respiratory rate, temperature, and that kind of thing. Okay, respiratory rate, temperature, heart rate, and this data. This is data that we're gonna get from the data that we're gonna show here in our that we're gonna get from the data that we're gonna fetch from the server and display that here. Okay, that's actually quite interesting, quite good. Okay, so now that we are able to show this diagnostic history, okay, we wanted to show now this particular card in two formats. Again, we're gonna use grid. That's one of the powerful thing of grid, okay, where in our grid we say this will be one row and I want to define other rows, right? And all of these rows I want you to span through this. So we're gonna define is 4 rows here in the grid. Here we're gonna define is this particular grid that will contain is 3 elements. Okay, I want you to span two of them, and want you to get this. So let's get started with this. Let's get started with this. First, we're going to define is now a car here. So this will be our car, right? This is a car. So now this car here, which in our case will be something like diff, since this is actually a recurring component, it'll be better to define is a car for that. Actually, there is no need to define the car, just reuse some of the diff. Okay, where now inside of this diff you're gonna show is as it's follow. Here's when the thing's gonna get interesting. It's like this diff here, okay, this diff will now have this particular grid structure, where this grid must contain is grid column. I want you to define is 3 columns here inside of this grid. All right, I want to define a 3 columns inside of this grid and 4 of them. Yep, and 5 of them, because we will have is 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and here to add some extra data. So I want you to define a 3 columns here and 5 rows. Say grid rows and 5 rows. Okay. All right. So first, I want you to know this first element here. Let's gonna call this section. This is a section here. to provide more meaning here. So this section here, as well as this here, so this section will contain is now all of these elements that we want to render here, and that include is the line options, okay? But what I want you to this expand 2 of 3, all right? Which means I can say, hey, I want you to this grid come on, grid span, oh my god, grid span, no, grid call span or call span 2, exactly. I want you to expand this to 2 positions, 2 slots here, all right? And then you're gonna have is the another section, which is this one. Well, here we're gonna show is the data from systolic, so systolic, all right, and systolic and diastolic. Okay. So now, as you can see, starting to make sense here. Good. Now let's define here the blood pressure here component here. There's a way to say, hey, this is H2 and say blood pressure here, where now this blood pressure oh my god, enough. What the ball, all right. Diagnostic history as it is, okay. And inside of this card, we're gonna show is the blood pressure followed by the last 6 months. So it means that we can actually wrap this in a particular div, which will contain is now the flex, okay. And I want you to now grow those flex to say justify content is justify evenly, where here I will say is, well, here you're gonna call this as blood pressure, okay. You're gonna call this as blood pressure exactly, blood pressure, and here we're gonna show is the last 6 months, okay, blood pressure, and then here is just paragraph here to say 6 months, okay, last 6 months. We're gonna get this particular component here now as an SVG, okay. We're gonna go through this, get that, and close this, pass through path through the icons. Okay. Perfect. Just gonna call this expand more. Okay, this is now a TSX component. Now I want you to import that expand this here. Say expand more icon, which is now here. Okay, as you can see here, now we can see this. I would like you to show this here, not at the bottom. Show this please here, right next to that. What about this? No, still continues, is still showing that. No problem. Let me call this flex. Okay. Justify center, I think it is. No, is item center, as it is. That's right. And I want you to know is here. So justify is between. So you can put those elements right there. Okay, blood pressure in like 6 months. Also great, cool. So far so good. Okay, and then we're gonna show is this element here. No problem, as it is, which is here. We are saying is this. Hey, now that you're expanding is 2 elements, 2 columns. Okay. As it is. Grid column, grid row. So now I'm telling you expand these 2 columns. Okay. And a row span is the number of rows that I want you to span is 4. Or we can say is all of them. No, sorry, all of them. No, I mean 1. It's only 1. Okay. Whereas now, you, my friend, you're gonna take all the available space here that you require, which is class name here, the blood pressure here, Now that we have our grid, we say this will be 3 columns and 5 rows. Okay. I want you to now expand this here with the number of row and span 1. That's great. That's right. Exactly. And here you're gonna define is all of the row here. Row 1 is this. Row 2, which is now row span 4, and I want you to put now this thing as it is. All right. So far so good. If we take a look now here and on the grid, it say like that. Oh, oh my god. Okay, interesting. Mm-hmm. 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 Exactly. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. So I need to define is like inside of this. Okay. 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 I need you to define is inside of it. Mm-hmm. The thing is, by telling is this row span one, hmm, I'm telling is that hey, you're gonna put it here is only blood pressure. Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. Now on the other one, completely. So far so good. Oh, I get it. It's gonna put it all of this. Okay. That's quite weird. But okay. This is great. Okay. Okay. Mhm. So here with grid with we're describing is and telling, hey, this is the grid. Okay. So I properly define the number of columns and as well as the rows. But I'm assuming that the way how define this is like this. But in fact is right below, right below, and right below, and right below. Which means is that like this, like this, like this. You know, it's like that. Mm-hmm. Okay. No, then just okay. Then just row one. Yeah, then just row one. So then define just only one row. Yeah, then define is only one row. Exactly. Then define is only one row. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Here we're gonna put is all the data with blood pressure, systolic and diastolic, and then you got is this. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Blood pressure. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. So here what we're gonna do is to now add that padding. Okay. exactly at the component level. Okay, padding. I'm gonna make it 20, but this is padding in both sides. That's right. That's correct. And I want to make this with this particular color here. This is some sort of blue, that kind of thing. Okay. So here now I'm going to define is the color of that grid, which is the background blue 200, something like that. It's like too strong, by the way. Okay, that's right. So here now we're able to see, okay, this is kind of the data that we want to show here. Followed by the blood pressure here. Okay, so here let me now add some padding to this particular car, which is here again, padding 5. Okay, and adding some round, so rounded large. That's right. And here we're gonna now add this text. Okay, large from that. So make it medium here. All right, diagnosis history. Diagnosis history, blood pressure, and in the last 6 months we create this. Okie dokie. We're gonna add some padding here on those elements where we have the title as a way to say, hey, on the margin on X, in the X axis, I want to give is 5. So that's right, much better. Perhaps not here, and perhaps it's more like here. We can now provide this text to say, hey, you know what, I would like to make this text text small here. Okay, like so. And also let me add now here in this expand more icon some particular tag when we say here in the to define this like in the span. So I want you to now take this and do this and add the class name for margin right 5. Yep, like this. So far so good. Okay. Blood pressure here, as it is. So far so good. Oh, and now we're showing is this proper element as it is. Okay. Here we can affect this data by saying October, November, that kind of thing. So in our particular case, we would like to fake that data where now the minimum is 60. Okay. Where now the minimum is 160 and the minimum is 120. $160 and 120, 160 and 120. I mean it's the opposite. Okay. And here is 60 and 100. And here is 60 and this is 100. Okay. So now the graph starting to show this as expected. Okay, so instead of putting this now is month, we're going to add is October, November, that kind of thing. Say October, November, December, January. Actually, this is a quite new test. Yep, and I think that company actually are actively looking for that. Or perhaps they update that. Yeah, perhaps they update that. So you can see here, this is the chart. Remove is those option here, those legend at the top. So I don't want to show that. But yes, I want to make them responsive. Are you still showing the data? Oh, okay. Please don't show any label here. It's like no label. Oh, no label here or here. Okay. Undefined legend, so no legends here. You still expect some oh, this is labels. Yeah, but you still expect something here. What if I tell you that I don't want to show any labels there? You know, or with any perhaps with color. Yeah, the color, yes, the color remains. The color remains. Yeah, the color remains. Okay, so okay. So I don't want you to display them. That's right. As it is. So far, so good. Okay. And so this is blood pressure. We can now add here some margin bottom. What we can say is as this one. The way to follow is this convention here. That's right. So blood pressure. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's right. And now it is time for us to show is the systolic in this section. Okay, so here you got this particular icon here. Systolic. Or now the proper color of this design should be this, which in this particular case must match with the design. Background color here. Can you provide the background color here? As an RGB. Gladly. Okay. as this one, and then you got is this. So far so good. Then you got is this. Okay, this is actually the two colors that it's going to show. The difference is not that subtle, mainly because it's mainly because this is the color. Okay. For this, so this is the color for this, and this is the color for that. So now we should be able to see the difference here. All right. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, it's like anyway. We got now is this. What you're going to show now is a flexbox here. Flexbox that will contain is something like, okay, this is the systolic, the diastolic. So now this is here, systolic and diastolic. Okay, I want you to now take all the available space here and there. Another thing that we can do is quite interesting here, is to split this into four, is to split this section into a grid itself by saying grid, and then you say I want you to be this with one column and three space, you know, in grid row 3-1. I'm gonna have 3 rows here. Yep, and I want to have 3 rows here. Or you can say, hey, the first will be 6. This will be diastolic, and the other will be is systolic, right? And as you can see, systolic, diastolic, and that kind of thing. Yep, that's something very powerful of grid, because it can give you this now a powerful feature of talking to the layout, to the grid layout, as a way to say, okay, this is exactly what do we want. This is exactly what do we want here, man. This is exactly what do we want here. So by copying is, my question is that what are we copying? In high 4. Okay. Background. Yeah, something like that. Exactly. We want you to make rounded, full. Rounded, full. Okay, it's because you. Anyway. And expand here. Okay, no problem, no problem. It's okay. Put this as a div. Okay. Flex. And then you got it. Okay. Items center as it is. But I want you to make that is for now the entire elements here. Not at all. Because at the end of the day is this element here. Oh, okay. All right. And some margin right too here. That's right. Okie dokie. So by creating is now this section here, we're gonna give us is now the foundation for the next layer. Okay. The foundation for the next layer for the diastolic. Or in this case, systolic. Okay, systolic and diastolic. Exactly, systolic. There you got it. Systolic. Oh, in fact, it's more purple. Oh. Some sort of magenta. No, I think it's purple, bro. What is the color of this? Okay, systolic. So this is the for the diastolic. Okay. So, okay, but this is the diastolic. All right. This is the diastolic, and then we need the systolic. All right. All right. And now I need to is find what is the color of this. It's not purple. It's like okay. Tailwind colors. Tailwind colors. Okay. Background colors. Okay, we have a huge palette here that is something. Okay, some sort of pink can be. Some sort of pink. Okay, some sort of pink. Alright, some sort of pink. Alright. So yeah, some sort of pink. Yeah, some sort of pink like that. Let me take a look at another color here. Yeah, but it's like pink, bro. Yeah, some sort of pink. Pink 400. Exactly. Systolic and diastolic. Alright? So for both of them, you need to pass is a proper text, which is, well, text in this particular context. The text is like this, somewhat similar to the previous text from blood pressure, but here is like small, medium. Medium as well as medium. Okay, so good, so far so good. Like systolic, diastolic, right? Here we're gonna put this particular number. Okay. We're gonna say now the same as the blood pressure. Okay. Hey, this will be like H3, for example, and H3, for example, where you're gonna have is the 160, 160 and 78 for that. 78 for that, roughly. Higher than average, lower than average. And some icon here for the SVG, so we to download this. And the other is for the SVG, to download that as well. Arrow up, arrow down. Put it this here. Transform them here, as well as the arrow up. This is now arrow down, arrow down. We change the extension. This is now arrow up. Okay. We change the extension. And then we got it. Now, if we want to add them to the layout, we can add them properly as another tag here. Something like say div. What we're gonna add is not only the proper name, the icon, and the higher than average here. So the arrow up component, okay, followed by the higher than average. All right, and then this text lower than average. Say arrow down. I didn't save that. That's what happened. Arrow down icon. Okay. Kidoki, followed by lower than average. So because now we need to actually indicate is the proper column as it is. Okay. Well, one way to do that is by saying I want you to show this element here as as part of this. Okay, the same for this. Okay, and now for each one of those elements, what can I say? You know, because here we're talking about is all of the things that are putting whatever they are, right? And in my case, I just want to say, hey, I'm gonna use grid here. So this is one grid where I want you to make uses one column grid column one, okay, one column, and use now showing now 3 rows here as a way to have much more fine control. You say grid rows 3, and the same for this. So now essentially what we are telling to the browser is like, hey browser, please show me this as it is, and now it's actually showing as expected. Kind of. Because here we need to find is say, hey, this is a flexbox after all. Okay. And the same for this. Hey, this is a flexbox after all. Okay. Yep. Okay. And then you decide is we define this grid. Okay. We also make use of this flex, but I want to make that items center there, similar for this one. Okay, that's right. So far so good. And that's pretty much it for this. We can add some margin and that kind of thing, but that is up to us. We can add some div as a way to say, hey, I want you to now show this as a paragraph. Exactly. As it is, higher than average. And then you can add some padding here to this. That's it. Yep, that's it. In fact, that'll work. Similar to this flex box here, we want is to now align our items here. and say items, item center. That's right, systolic here, higher than average. And we actually follow the same format, okay, for our this diastolic, but in this case we're going to use purple. So diastolic here, I'm going to change to purple. Purple, okay, and then we change that to 78. That's right. And this is lower than average. Okay, and voila, that's actually pretty much that's it. Let's go to get rid of this as well. Okay. Oh, okay, got it. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. There you go. All right. Thanks to the text editor for helping us here as a way to put it in this fashion. Okay. I think that's actually quite powerful. Totally. So yeah, working with grid and flex is something quite interesting, my friend. Very interesting. Very interesting here. Very interesting. I think on the patient list we got that thing. Okay, anyway, no problem. Okay. Let me see if I can put something with height like that. Height. Yep, that's actually working as expected. Yep, that's it. All right, that's quite interesting. Totally, totally. It was in fact was quite interesting. Oh, but this is more like for that component. You know what I mean? Oh, unless you say something like this is a grid. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And now it'll fit to whatever position is. That's quite interesting here. That's very interesting, this property here. Call span here. And call span. And call span. And call span here because you define this as a grid here. And now it'll take all the available space needed for. because now we're using this grid for that. Okay. Exactly. So patients, diagnostic history, that kind of thing. This in fact is actually misaligned for some freaking reason. Here in the blood here, we're saying that hey, this is a flex, okay? But what if I say, what if I say this is a grid that will contain is only 2 elements? Grid columns. It contains one column. It contains 2 columns, but it contains grid. It'll have just 1 row for that. So far so good. But now I want you to define that as justify n. because this is the grid. So far so good. Which is this. And that is now is way much more easy to debug, bro. Way much more easy to debug. And two of the things that I really love about this. Okay. Is easy to debug? Yes. Alright, you got me. Oh no. No. This is a flex, bro. This is a flex. And any element defining here is like that. The fuck? Okay, chill, because at the end of the day, we wanted to show now this element, blood pressure here, okay? We wanted to show this element here, and we wanted to say, hey, I want to make this a grid. Do we? That's a question. No, I don't want to. I need to leave that as it is. Okay? But because I did that, now when I set the flexbox here, that's right. Okay. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. So now the problem is that is pretty much something like this. You want to span to two columns here, and in fact it's none of this shit. No, I mean all of this. But the problem is that we are not going to define is three columns. We are defining is three routes somewhere here, like this. And this is when the problem kicks in. It's because no, we are not defining this then. So as a way to fix that, we say, hey, I want you to now justify content. No, I want to align this content or the item here, but it doesn't work. Align content center, but it's actually won't make out a okay. No, because you're going to break the normal flow of this. Okay. So we define this only two rows, and what we can do here is to say, hey, you know what? Let me add padding here at the bottom for about 50 pixels. Justify content, align items, align content, okay, I get it. That's okay, okay. But yeah. Now, what we have to do is to say, hey, you know what? I want you to take all the available space for that. I want my friend to take all the available space for that. Yep. And make that row not that big. You know? That's what happened. Exactly. It's making, it's growing unnecessarily. It's growing unnecessary. It's growing unnecessary. So I think that the best thing that I can do here, you know, is to define this as a flex. Of course, it will break that. And then here you say, hey, you know what? Take all the available space here. I'll need to wrap this element here in a div. It's just the design people want to fuck you up. Unnecessary, by the way. Most of the time is that. So this is the design here that you got is here, blah 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 blah. Then when you do this, is that class here, you say take all the available space for that. Now in items center. Without the flex. But yeah, it's because the way how they define that shit. The way how they define that shit, bro. So no problem, no problem, no problem at all. You define this as a grid, and inside of this element is when we say, hey, you know what? This is it. Class name, add this shit to that. And we're making it as close as possible to that. So in there, what you got is this. In items center. Okay. And then item center. Okay, this is it. This is it. I'm gonna leave the design as it is to actually match quite closely to this one. For some freaking reason you define and you put that kind of a space in there. It's like, okay. See how you want to play games? No problem. Alright, cool. So that was it. diagnosing history. And also we have is some other component here as it is, like this particular car here. We're going to define this as another grid. So no problem here. Okay. So yes, this is diagnosing history. Okay, and this is now diagnosing history, the another components, which is the another grid here. On the section here, that's what it is, class name. We're gonna define is another grid with 3 columns, 1 row. That's right. And here each one of them will be is respiratory state. It's this one. So respiratory state. Respiratory state, your BPM. Sort of paragraph here, your BPM, and then is normal, you know, and then normal, and we're going to repeat that as a way to populate this data here as it is. There you got it. Okay. This component is quite big. It's quite big, but this is for the data that we're getting from. Here we define is our utils, you know, the utils. But I want to define this as a folder here. Folder utils. That's right. Here we're gonna define is data for this. Way to options. Chart mock data. .gs. Export cons. Export options. Oh, because you require is TSX. Exactly. Okay. Alright. No problem. And here we're going to import is all of this data. You know, all of the data will be imported from the utils. So import this from utils. Import utils. From utils chart mock data. And here we're gonna get all of this data that we want to export from that. Which is the option, the labels. Don't do that. Don't you ever dare you to do that. I love it. So we are all reserving space in memory for all of this kind of data. Where in my case, this is the data. Okay. It say no labels. I don't know what labels means. because it's this. That's right. You don't need to export the labels. Okay, so this is supposed to work as expected. Starting, we're ready. So when we reload this, oh, because you expect the you expect the faker to be installed there. That's right. That's right. My bad. Of course. All right. There you got it. So now here, is when we say something not in the patience. Here is when we say, you know what, remove this one. Okay. That's right. That's great. Awesome. Let me also now add all of these elements as it is. So respiratory rate, temperature, heart rate, that kind of thing. So as we are doing here, this one, the temperature as well. So the temperature. So this is temperature with this. No, thanks for not copying that as expected. And this a normal, right? Normal. Another car here that we're gonna add is with this, right? This is the heart rate, and this is the beat per seconds, and this is lower than average. This is actually something quite funny. Lower than average. This is something very, very familiar with. Why not? Exactly. There you go. All right, now that we load this, that's quite interesting. Why are you throwing this particular error here? What is that you think that I am wrong? Wow. Yeah, it's on the Navbar. Okay, anyway, so we're loading this. That's right. Now it's time to show this proper icon here. Download this icon. Download this another icon. Download this another icon. It is time now to convert all of them into their proper React components. For this one as well. And then for this one as well. But don't worry, I'll handle the rest. I'll go for this. Export default here. That's right. Let me transform this into TSX. Okay. Now here, what we're going to do this is to say, hey, let's go to import this component. Call now the hard BPM icon. There you got it. Here it is. Oh, but you didn't do that completely. Okay, you didn't do that completely. Please. Okay, I think now this is the code. We got this. Oh my god. No? Okay. Give it to me, please. Open as it is. Generate this. Not sure if you're doing that properly. Okay. Let me do this now here with the respiratory rate. Okay. Let me rename the change. You say respiratory icon. TSX. Okay. And now let's go to import that on the menu icon. No. Settings, credit card core, no. Group icon, no. Home icon, no. Jesus, how I got a lot of things open. Layout, no. Global, tailwinds, diagnostic here. I want you now to import is the respiratory rate icons as it is. Okay, so be my guest here. And for some reason you are not copying that properly. Okay, it's not showing as expected. Okay, it's not showing it properly. Okay, so now we got problem is with these icons here. So when we want to open those icons, you already get them as expected. The problem is that when you try to when we try to now take a look at that and transform into a valid React component, you are not doing that. Okay. 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 Please provide me this icon as expected. Okay. The problem with these icons is that when I want to transform them into a valid, proper icon here, is like It's because here our beloved friend is not helping us here. No worry. You have done a lot of it. SVG icon into a valid. Okay. Please generate that into something that we can use. That's all. Pretty much. I'm not asking too much that. Definitely not asking too much.
Hey Mia, you better hide your baby or I'm just playing. You better hide that big ass forehead. I was just joking. What up? Hey Mia, you better hide your baby or I'm just playing. You better hide that big ass forehead. I was just joking. What up? Hey Mia.
Okay. Yes. Now this is a valid component here. Okay. So let's go again. Let's do that again. Okay. Let's do that again. Let me take a look at this. And bam, you're not doing that as supposed to. Okay. Oh my god. So, if you don't want to do this for any reason, and I don't know why, and after all, at the end of the day, what we want is to get this component as it is. Okay? Give me that and any format you like, but give it to me. Period. But give it to me. So, you don't want to do that? No problem. Don't give it to me. No problem. No problem. You know what? No problem. No problem. This is how you want to behave? No problem. No problem. Look, chill, bro. Chill. Really. Really, really, really. No, come on. Take care. Oh, no, no. Okay. So there's some things here that when you're using an image, you need to know that I ignore here. And that is, now take a look at that. Okay. Go on how to work with next. So next images. Okay. You got is this. Okay, so in our case, is in fact is this one. So this is the name of this. The fuck you do, bro? Chill, man. Chill. 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 Okay? Chill. 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 Alright. So go here. Under the image. Please load that image. Alright. So exactly. Load it. Load it. I don't care how you want to do that. Just freaking load it, bro. Just freaking load. You don't want to load that? Ah, problem. No problem at all. No, when I load it, no problem. No problem. I got better problems, honestly. I got better problems. I got honestly better problems than this. We pass some utils like again here. This is on temperature. Take a look at this. It's the heartbeat. Okay, and we're gonna do is quite the same here. So this is the respiratory image, and this is now okay. This is now is hard. No, hard B BPM. No, because this is for temperature. I mean temperature. You know, and then you got this one. Fifty. Okay. All right, and now this is the heart rate. This is heart BPM. BPM. Okay. Heart rate. Now this respiratory. And then you get is this. Okay, good, cool, awesome. Now, things started to look as expected. That's right. Okay, so far so good. All right, cool. That's right. So now image starting to look like closely as what we expect to. Okay, as well as this one. Perfect. Okay, so far so good. So what we can do now here is to create a component called card. Okay, card.tsx, and now we'll render is this particular card here, which is return. That's going to now define here is the car component base car. You know, you say base car. This is our reactive a JavaScript function that you're going to return is this as a way to tell now React, hey, I want you to render is this. Okay, so far so good. Cool. You may wonder, what is this? Because that's exactly what now JavaScript is asking. It's like, what is specifically, what is this? I want you to get that from the image. Exactly. Okay, cool. That's right. Can you? Okay, that's right. Export default base car. It is expecting this. Okay, so this is now our base car. Okay, that you're gonna take as input is properties like source width. That if you don't provide that, we're gonna set that to 90. To 90, as well as height. If you don't provide anything, will be is like 90, and the alt property. Okay, so far so good. The height, the width, as well as this, the source, just like that. All right. So in our particular case, so where now the shape of this object will be is as it is. Now, so we to say, hey, this is the in a phase base car. You can define this as a type, where this is the following source, which is an string, width, which is a number, height, which is a number as well, and you got is alt, which is a string. Now this is the compiler that is compiling here. It's saying, hey, all right, this is the input that we're gonna read. base car. Yeah, base car. Just like that. So okay, so now that we got is this, and finally, what we can do is on our diagnostic history is to pass down that to make this work as expected. Okay. Which is the title. Which is the value. As well as the description. See, I look at it, it's like, this is your padding element as it is. For some freaking reason, prettier is not working. No problem with that. As it is. And then you got it. Okay, so this is the values that we're gonna pass through this. As it is. Okay. So this is the car that we want us to actually also show here. Like so. No, okay. So far so good. Respiratory rate, temperature, heart rate. Bam. There we got it. Okay. So now that we show this, now we're trying to show this component as it is, a way to import that base car. Okay. 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 Value levels. Okay. value and levels. Okay, this is something that we're gonna pass through that. I think this is quite unnecessary here. Totally it is. Which is now okay. We actually fix now the interface here a little bit. Okay, so now that we got is each one of those car for that. All right. Okay. So is this one. So now that I get this in this particular fashion, let me actually define now the structure of this, which is, well, saying that this element here, we're going to pass this, make it the background here, background blue, something like 50. All right, background blue 50. Okay, and then let's going to add some margin here, like margin top 5 as a way to provide a little bit of space. And then we say, hey, let's make this now background round. Okay, background blue, as well as this, so background blue, I mean is round, sorry, is rounded full. Okay, yep, rounded full, not that full, rounded small, perhaps large. Okay, much better. In fact, let me actually set this something like this. And margin right to 5. Okay, I mean margin left. Interesting. Is padding right 5. is margin right 5. There you got it. But because we are now using grid, luckily for us, we don't need to add that. In fact, we can say is the span, or particularly is not span. It's actually is the uh, the the gap. Okay. So gap between, I would like you to make it 20. Okay, so now each one of those elements actually have a distance of 20, roughly. Yep, of 20, roughly 20. So we don't have to worry about that. In fact, we can focus now, our attention is on to build this. So we can now work is as to say, hey, I want you to now is this padding. Padding. Yeah, I want you to work to add this padding here. Yep, that's a way to add padding. Something like 20. Okay. Padding left. Exactly, padding left. Okay. Padding left, so all of the content will have that. And here we can talk to say padding in G5, you know, as a way to show this. And then you show here the respiratory rate, like that. So we say, hey, respiratory rate, that'll be like class. Class name of text to X, and make it extra light. Respiratory rate. Okay. Perhaps something more like this. Respiratory rate. Phone light. I will leave that as normal. Yep. Respiratory rate. Or light. And large here. Yep, something like that. Respiratory rate, something like this. Of 20 dB. So now this font, it'll be of course like 2 large X. Font normal. Or font like this, that's right. Font bold. Right after that we're gonna add some margin. Most likely some margin here. Or pretty much something like this. Say margin top 5. And as you can see, it started to look like as the model here. And then we're gonna add some on G direction, that. So yeah. And the normal, yes, that's right, respiratory rate, normal, that kind of thing. And this is actually quite the same. That's one of the reasons why duplicating a copy and pasting code is like, is way much more cheaper, bro. It's way much cheaper. Temperature, and that's exactly at the end of the day what a lot of those people actually care about. 98.6 Fahrenheit. You know, and the normal here, of course, it'll be now temperature, it'll be red, as you can see here. Like that. That's right. And is it like a purple, something like that? Which is the heart, which is heart rate, 78 this one. And now they got these things as it is. All right. Yep. And as you can see, this is actually quite decent. Slowly to look like as the content, as you can see here, right? Yeah, pretty the same. Pretty likely, pretty short. Pretty close, by the way. Pretty close by that. So now we need to actually then pull the data to actually show that. But I will say that that's it for the diagnostic history. Yep, and with that, take care. Bye bye.